Okay, good afternoon again. We are currently broadcasting live on YouTube. Will the inmates please raise your right hands for me?
Right hand.
You swear or affirm that the information that you give to this court, as well as any information that you have on your application for court-appointed counsel, will be true and correct, so help you? If so, say I do.
I do.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. You can put your hands down. Please listen up. I'm going to try to move this calendar along as quickly as possible. If anybody cannot hear me, please let me know now. Can everyone hear the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is your first appearance before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. We are not here to try your case or to take a. You are here for the court to inform you of the charges against you, to advise you of certain rights, to set bail on those offenses for which the court is authorized to set bail, to schedule a preliminary hearing, and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to remain silent and say nothing, but should you give up this right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you if this case goes to trial. During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights. You have the right to the presumption of innocence until the state proves your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to indictment by grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by jury. You have the right to see, hear, and cross-examine witnesses who are called to testify against you. You have the right to compel the attendance of witnesses in your own behalf by subpoena. You have the right to testify and offer evidence in your own defense should you choose to do so, but should you choose not to do so, no presumption of your guilt may be raised. You have the right to have an attorney represent you. At this point, we are appointing an attorney to each of you all, with the exception of Mr. Clowers and Mr. Patton, who are being represented by private counsel. You always have the right to represent yourself or to hire private counsel at a later date. But as I've stated, it's this court's policy to provide each of you with a court-appointed attorney. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds for your release from jail pending the prosecution of this case. This bond may be cash, commercial, or property. If you post a cash bond, someone will deliver the full amount of the bond in cash together with any applicable fees to the sheriff's office, who will hold it until your final court date, at which time the cash bond will be returned to the person who posted your bond. If you use a commercial bonding company approved by the sheriff, someone will bring the amount of up to 15% as their fee for the service, to which the fee will not be returned. Someone may post a bond using their property if they have net equity in their property equal to the amount of 3 times the total amount of the bond. So what that means is if I set a bond for $2,000 and somebody wants to post property, they must have at least $6,000 of equity in that property to qualify for a property bond. Mr. Schenberg, will you mute your video for me, please? Some of you will have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to or around certain places. This special condition will be provided to you on a separate form. You will also be prohibited from having or calling the alleged victim while you are in jail. Should you violate the court's order, your bond will be revoked and you will not be entitled to another bond while awaiting trial. An additional charge of aggravated stalking, influencing a witness, or other charge as the law may provide could be brought against you, for which you could be sentenced up to 10 years in prison and fined up to $20,000. So please understand that the court takes these special conditions very seriously, and you should not violate any of them. Also, at minimum, everyone will have a special condition of not violating any laws while out on bond. For family members who will assist you in posting bond, they will be provided information of your bond amount after we have concluded the first appearance calendar. If a family member is a victim on the warrant and there is a special condition that you shall not have any contact, that family member will not be allowed to post your bond. Some of you are charged for offenses for which the court is not authorized by law to set bail. In this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a superior court judge, and you will be informed of that date. If you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set a bond. Your bond can be reconsidered after your probation officer has had an opportunity to determine if they wish to file a warrant for violation of your probation during your preliminary hearing. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine if there is enough probable cause or evidence to justify keeping you detained until such time as your case goes to trial. For those of you who are charged with misdemeanors only, you will have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Waiving your hearing will not affect your right to post bond. It will not affect your right to have an attorney represent you, or it will not affect your right to have a jury trial. If you post bond, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived, and you will be mailed a notice of when to appear in court for your arraignment. If you cannot bond and you make bond and you still wish to waive your hearing facing misdemeanors only, you can do that today, and then you will be taken before a state court judge shortly, not today, obviously, but in a short time where you will be able to plead guilty and be sentenced, or plead not guilty and a trial will be set. We will take Mr. Clowers first.
Mr. Clowers.
Yes, Mr. Clowers, please come forward.
Hey. The Clowers have to be escorted over there.
He has to be escorted.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll do Mr. Patton.
Mr. Patton, and then you can put everybody else.
All right, Judge, everybody else will go back to the cell where you was at.
Thank you. Mr. Patton, you are being represented by Mr. Alan Schenberg. Did I say your name correctly, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, take a look.
Okay. And Mr. Patton is charged with simple battery. Do you wish for me to read his warrant aloud, or do you waive the formal reading of his warrant?
I'll waive the formal reading.
All right. Sir, your bond is $3,500. A condition of your bond is to stay away from Kayla Sanders. You cannot return to 6064 Semaphore Ridge in Rex, Georgia. It was indicated on your warrant that that may be your residence. As such, the court will allow you to go back to that property with a sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property until this matter is resolved or until that condition is modified by another judge, and you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you understand these special conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Schenberg, does your client waive his excuse me, does he waive his preliminary hearing? I'm sorry, I have not had my coffee today.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
He
Your Honor.
does?
I would like to ask, I mean, that's his home and she doesn't live, she's moved out and she doesn't live there? The victim or the supposed victim, Your Honor?
Right, I do understand your request. I'm going to deny it based on my reading of the warrant. However, you do have a right to have that condition looked at by another judge to see if you can maybe get the state to consent to that modification. But based on my review of the warrant, I am not inclined to modify that condition. Please sign your waiver. Is your client able to make bond, sir?
Yes, he'll be able to make bond.
Okay, Mr. Patton, please sign your waiver and your court date will be mailed to your attorney. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Were you able to get Mr. Clowers? His attorney is waiting, or do we need to just continue on with the calendar?
Let's continue, Judge. We can't get any inmates over right now. We're still locked down.
Oh, okay. It's still okay. Thank you. So you have to sit tight, Mr. Muhammad. We were having some difficulties at the jail, so we're gonna keep it moving. And as soon as we're able to get him forward, we'll go. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll take Christopher Burke. Is he available?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's relax.
Sir, you are charged with pandering and prostitution. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your warrantless arrest affidavit, or do you wish to have the affidavit read aloud?
You said that's just one charge, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you wish to have the accusation read aloud, or do you waive the formal reading of the warrantless arrest affidavit?
I don't need to read them out. So,
Okay, your bond is $4,000 and you must not violate any laws or out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
yes, I will be able to make bond once I'm able to get some phone mail.
Okay, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. This is a misdemeanor offense. You have a right to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I don't want to right now. But is it?
Okay, so your preliminary hearing is going to be scheduled for November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, thanks, man.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There you wanna go.
Next will be Kevin Dyer, please.
You Kevin who?
Kevin Dyer, is he still there or has he bonded out?
Bonded out, sir.
Get in. Bond it out, Judge.
Thank you. Kevin Fogel should be next then.
Ogle.
Yes, please.
Johnson.
You are charged with criminal trespass, simple assault, and you're charged.
Your Honor, you breaking up.
Judge, you're breaking up. You can't get sure. You're trying to get it straight.
Lewis, Anderson. Macklin.
I think she just disconnected or something.
You all hear me? I'm sorry. Can you all see me and hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I apologize, Mr. Fogel. We had some technical difficulties. I was saying earlier that you were charged with criminal trespass and simple assault, and I was asking if you wanted me to read your warrantless arrest affidavit aloud, or do you want the formal reading of your affidavit?
It was just like more information from me about the charges.
The details of what is alleged. Do you wish to have that read aloud, or do you understand and waive it?
No, ma'am. Can you read out loud, please?
Yes, it is accused that on November 1st at approximately 10:29, the offender committed the act of simple assault, being that you attempted to commit a violent injury to Jacqueline Butler. To wit, the accused threw food, water, and protein shakes at the victim in an intent to commit violent injury to the said victim. The offender did commit the act of criminal trespass, and that you intentionally damaged the property of the victim, which you threw the victim's Wi-Fi box, causing it to be damaged. The offender and victim do live together. This incident occurred in Clayton County, Georgia. Your bond is going to be $7,000. You're to stay away from Jacqueline Butler. You cannot return to 707 Fieldstone Parkway in Jonesboro, Georgia. As it was indicated on the warrantless arrest affidavit that this is your residence, I will allow you to go with a sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to this residence unescorted until this matter is resolved or until this condition is modified by another judge. You must also not violate any laws or out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
These are misdemeanor offenses, so you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Next should be Quintavious Hanchett.
Mansion?
Yes. Is he still in? Is his driving on suspended license?
He's out, Judge. Down on bond.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next should be Delance Hawkins. Are you Mr. Hawkins? Mr. Hawkins, can you hear me? Okay. You are charged with battery. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have your warrantless affidavit read aloud?
Understand.
All right. Your bond is $3,500. You must stay away from Courtney Owens. You cannot return to 1625 Conley Road, apartment 37-246. It was indicated that this is your residence, so you can return with a sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without an escort until this matter is resolved or until that condition is modified by another judge. Do you understand?
No, ma'am. She doesn't stay there. I stay there.
The warrantless arrest affidavit indicated that you all reside together. As such, the court is not inclined. I understand, sir. I'm just telling you what's going on. So I'm not saying you're telling a lie, but based on what I read, I cannot allow you to go back there. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. You can speak with your lawyer, and he or she can petition the court to modify that condition if the warrantless arrest affidavit is incorrect in that regard. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You must also not violate any laws while out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? I can't hear you. Okay. This is a misdemeanor offense, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? You said no?
No.
Okay. Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next should be Nicholas Jackson. Sir, you are charged with criminal trespass. Do you understand the nature of your charge and waive the formal reading of the warrantless arrest affidavit, or do you wish to have the affidavit read aloud?
I waive the reading, I understand.
Okay, your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Janie Smedley. You cannot return to 2448 Hartford Drive in Ellenwood, Georgia. You must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a misdemeanor, which means you have the option to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Thank you. Next will be Jason James. Mr. James, you are charged with simple battery and cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. The court has dismissed your cruelty to children charge, but your simple battery charge still remains. Do you understand the charge of simple battery and waive the formal reading of the accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand and waive the reading.
Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Tatiana Green. You cannot return to 814 Fieldstone Parkway, and you must not violate any laws out of bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a misdemeanor. You have the option to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day, sir. Next should be Tyler Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you were charged with DUI, alcohol, less safe. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your warrantless arrest affidavit, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand. I'll waive.
Your bond is $5,000, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? You say yes, I'm sorry. This is a misdemeanor. You have the option to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Your waiver is scheduled, your preliminary hearing is scheduled for November 17th at 8 a.m. Have a good day. Please put your mask over your nose, otherwise it's not helping you. Have a good day, sir. Next should be Anderson Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Give me one moment. Mr. Lewis, you were charged with burglary, simple assault, family violence, and criminal damage to property in the second degree. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of the warrantless arrest affidavit, or do you wish to have the affidavit read aloud?
You can read it for me, because I'm trying to figure out how that happened. If it was this happened.
It is accused that you forced entry into your ex-girlfriend's residence at 6424 Stone Drive, that the entry was made by using force to damage a sliding glass door, that you then damaged a bedroom door frame with your foot. It's alleged that you then assaulted the victim, Miss McCrone, with a closed fist, striking her in her face and head, causing visible cuts to her eyes, lip, and head. Suspect used to live with the victim, then drugged the victim outside and locked her out. You do not have a bond at this time. Should you get a bond, a condition of that bond will be to stay away from Miss McCrone and not return to 6424 Stone Terrace in Morrow, Georgia. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next will be Jaden Macklin.
That's you?
Mr. Macklin, you are charged with criminal trespass. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have your accusation read aloud?
Read it.
It is alleged that you committed the offense of criminal trespass when you intentionally damaged the property of Christy Floyd without her consent. You were seen by the officer flipping her surveillance camera over, damaging it from operating. You all live together at 1685 Fontaine Drive, and so this is considered family violence. You are to stay away from Christy Floyd. Your bond is $3,500. You cannot return to 1685 Fontaine Drive in Jonesboro. Since it was indicated that this is your residence, you can go with a sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to this property without a sheriff's escort until this matter is resolved or until this condition is modified by another judge. Also, you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, the owner of the house, we actually resolved it over the phone. So is there a way he can call y'all so I can come back to the house?
No, sir. You can. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your lawyer will go through the proper steps to get that modified if that is an option, okay? You said you are able to make bond. I missed that answer to my question. This is a misdemeanor, which means you have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Thank you, sir. Is that a yes? You have to say it out loud. You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. Please sign your waiver. Your court date will come in the mail. Next will be Kenneth Parker. Sir, you are charged with affray and battery. Do you understand the charges and waive the formal reading of the warrants, or do you wish to have your warrants read aloud? I can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
No, ma'am, you don't have to read it.
Okay, your bond is $4,500, and you must stay away from Nita Hill and not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes, ma'am.
These are misdemeanors, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yeah. It's the one where I gotta go to, where you give me, send it through the mail?
Yes, your court date will come in the mail. So you do waive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please sign your waivers. As I said, your court date will come in the mail. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next should be Cornelius Reeves. Are you Mr. Reeves?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are charged with hit and run. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your warrantless arrest affidavit, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
Can you read it out loud for me?
Yes, it said that it's alleged that you left the scene of an accident at South Lake Cove Court after you struck Jarvis Howard, Rachel Jackson, Laverne Robinson, and Akivia May vehicles with your own vehicle. It's alleged that you then left the scene of the accident, which the officer had to go to South Lake Cove to make contact with the offender. When the officer made contact, it is alleged that you admitted to hitting the victims above vehicles, and you did not return to the accident to give your name, address, or vehicle information to the victims. These all occurred in Clayton County, Georgia. Your bond is $10,000, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
I'm not sure. I hope so. I need to make some phone calls. The reason why I left, because the car was.
Sir, I'm gonna stop you. Sir, let me stop you. You do not have your lawyer with you, and I don't want you to say anything that may potentially be used against you in the future. So you can share whatever you're about to share with your lawyer, okay?
It's $10,000.
Yes, sir. All right, you said you're able to make bond. You said you're gonna try, correct?
I'll make a call and see.
All right. This is a misdemeanor, so you have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
What is the preliminary here?
Since you're not able to understand the preliminary hearing, I'm gonna go ahead and set you down for November 17th at 8 a.m. You can speak with your lawyer about whether or not you want to waive it at that time. Okay, sir?
Well, I can
Have a
waive
good day.
I'll waive it. I'm not sure.
No, sir, I will not. I'm not going to accept the waiver because you don't understand, and it's not a bad thing. Some people don't understand it. So because you don't understand it, I'm not going to accept your waiver. I'm going to allow you to speak with your lawyer, and you can determine after speaking with your lawyer whether or not to waive the preliminary hearing. So as of now, it's scheduled for November 17th at 8 a.m. Okay? Have a good day, sir.
I can bond out though. Can I still?
Oh, yes, sir. It's not going to affect your ability to bond out. Okay? All right. Next, we will have Quincy Patterson.
They have a Patterson?
Yes.
Judge, we do not have a Patterson. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay.
Just make
I will put his paperwork to the side. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, he's away.
Huh? Do we have Quentin Patterson? Okay, you gotta listen up to your name, man.
You said it was there. Y'all didn't call me. She did.
It don't matter. Just come on up here.
Put the mask on. Let's roll.
Do we have Mr. Patterson? Did I hear that he's coming? Mr. Patterson, you are charged with simple battery, criminal trespass, damage to property, and criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your warrants, or do you wish to have your warrants read aloud? I can't hear you, sir.
Read them aloud.
It is alleged that you intentionally damaged the property of Kiara Cooper by damaging her 2017 Nissan Sentra by striking a fixed object while operating the vehicle with a suspended license. It is also alleged that you damaged the property of the Home 1 extended stay by kicking the door of room 218, causing damage to the door and door frame. It is also alleged that you did make physical contact with Ms. Cooper by striking her in the face with an open hand. Your bond is $13,000. Are you able? You should stay away from Kiara Cooper. You cannot return to 8024 Terra Boulevard. You must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes.
Your next court date is December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Next should be Jeffrey Richardson. Sir, you are charged with criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have the warrantless arrest affidavit read aloud?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Your bond is $7,000 and you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Nope.
These are misdemeanor offenses, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
I can't hear you. Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Next, we should have Shadrick Stanford. You are charged with battery, family violence, cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, theft by receiving stolen property, leading or attempting to elude a police officer, reckless driving, and no license on person. Do you understand these charges, or do you and waive the formal reading of your accusations, or do you wish to have your warrants read aloud?
Yeah.
I can't hear you, sir. It is alleged that you did intentionally batter Arancia Flowers by punching her in the face multiple times, causing visible injuries, including a bruised lip. It is alleged that you did this in the presence of Kelsey Flowers, the 2-month-old daughter. It is also alleged that you were operating a 2013 San Marino while driving on Monday's Mill, that this car was stolen out of Duval County. The officer alleges that he activated his emergency equipment to initiate a traffic stop, that you turned on 100 Ridge Drive, failure to yield, fleeing and over speeds of 60 miles per hour through a residential mobile home park, that you stopped the vehicle, fled on foot, and that you were ultimately apprehended, and that you did not have a valid driver's license. Your bond is $49,500. You are to stay away from Ms. Flowers. You cannot return to 6726 Terra Boulevard. Since it is your residence, you can return with the sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort. And you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
49.
What did you say, sir? I'm sorry.
Bond is
$49,500. Are you able to make bond, sir? I can't hear you. Did he say yes to the court? I can't hear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your next court day will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next, we will have Jacqueline Pierce. Give me 1 second, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You are charged with simple battery and battery. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand, ma'am.
Your bond is $7,000. You are to stay away from Giselle James. You cannot return to 415 Sylvia Drive, apartment A10. Do you all reside together?
No, I'm the only person that lived there. And I still not reside at my residence.
Or was she living, what was she? I'm not gonna have you answer the question I was about to ask, because you do have a right to have your attorney represent you. I'm gonna let your attorney, based on what I'm reading, there may be some discrepancy, but you need to address that with your lawyer, okay? So as of right now, you are not allowed to return to that residence until this matter is resolved, or until that condition is modified by another judge. But I have appointed an attorney to represent you regarding that condition, and you must not violate any laws or out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, I am, but Your Honor, there's no one else that can open the door to that home but me. I'm the only person that lived there. So if I'm at, like, how would I be able to go home? Even if I have a officer bring me to the residence, who would I have? How would I get in the house?
Okay, sir. So I can't give you any legal advice about how to get into the home, but I am appointing an attorney to represent you. He or she will be able to answer that question for you. When you bond out, you can go see your lawyer. You'll get information about who your lawyer is, and they can explain that to you. Okay, sir. Like I said, I'm bound by certain things as an officer of the court. These are misdemeanor offenses, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir, or do you wish for me to set you down for a preliminary hearing?
Set me down for preliminary hearings, but if I bond out, would I still have the preliminary?
No, sir. When you bond out, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived, but you said you want me to set you down for one?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we will have William Thompson. Sir, you were charged with simple battery and obstruction of an officer. Do you understand your charges and waive the reading of your warrant, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand.
Your bond is $7,000. You're to stay away from Dana Brent, and you cannot return to 330 Arrowhead Boulevard, apartment 3D. You must not violate any laws or out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
No.
These are misdemeanors. You have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next will be Dwayne Turner. Give me 1 second, Mr. Turner. Good afternoon, sir. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I just said 1 minute, I was saying, okay, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Sir, you are charged with robbery by sudden snatching, as well as obstruction of an officer and public drunk. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have your warrant read aloud?
I understand.
Your bond is $19,500, and you must not violate any laws or out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Is that the best bond I can get?
Yes, sir. Are you able to make bond?
Yes, ma'am. One question. When you were saying bonds earlier, you were giving us 3 different types. Do I still have that? Do I have that choice?
Yes, sir. When I ask you, can you make bond, that means can you make the cash bond, commercial, or property bond?
Okay, I'm all right.
So you can use whatever, you or your family or whoever can use whatever makes the most sense for them, okay? Your next court date is gonna be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir.
On the court, even if I wait a preliminary? You didn't ask me that.
Oh, yes, you have a felony, so your preliminary hearing may or may not be waived. So you have to talk to your public defender about that. Have a good day, okay, sir? Dwayne Waller. Dwayne Waller.
Yes.
You're charged with 2 felony counts of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, possession of a firearm by a felon, speeding, in the window tint violation. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I can read it out.
It's alleged that you committed the above acts when you were observed traveling at a high rate of speed on I-675. The officer used a speed device and got an accurate speed of 101 in a 65 mile per hour. The officer then caught up to the 2008 Reg Dodge at Highway 42 and Evans Drive, in which you proceeded to drive onto Newdale Road at a slow speed. The officer then made contact with the driver, who was detained, smelled an odor of fresh marijuana coming from the vehicle. The officer conducted a probable cause search. which the vehicle located a black bag in the back seat. Inside the bag located 3 bags, which contained marijuana, 37 pills confirmed to be oxycodone, and a black Glock 19, which was loaded and returned not stolen upon a GCIC check. The offender returned as a convicted felon out of Tatnall County Superior Court for obtaining a prohibited item without authorization, and you were sentenced to probation for 4 years, that you had a window tint that was darker than a 5% accurate result for the window. As such, your bond is $31,000. You must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes.
Your next court date is going to be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next should be Dwayne Williams. Mr. Williams, you are charged with a red light violation, expired tag, driving on a suspended license, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act as a felony, possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, and theft by receiving stolen property. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have your warrants read aloud?
Aloud.
It's alleged that on November 1st, the officer observed a 2015 Dodge Charger run a red light, that the officer conducted a traffic stop, spoke with you, who was identified as Dwayne Williams, driving on a suspended license with the suspense date showing from February. The officer located a stolen 9mm Smith & Wesson out of Rockdale, located 3 pills MDA in the center of the seat that you stated you got the weapon off the street. Your bond is $32,500, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yeah, 32,000.
$32,500. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir. Next should be Deontay Yancey. Sir, you're charged with criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your affidavit, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I don't understand.
Your bond is $7,000. You shall stay away from Gail Mitchell. You cannot return to 1119 Jenny Lane in Riverdale, Georgia, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? Can't hear you. I'm sorry. This is a misdemeanor, or these are misdemeanor offenses. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. We should have Mr. Sims. He's an add-on for yesterday's calendar, but he was actually scheduled for this calendar. Is he available, or should we wait for him toward the end of the calendar?
Mr. Sims.
Yes, is he available?
Let me check my paperwork, Judge. Let's see. Sam.
He was an add-on for yesterday, but he was scheduled for today, so I'm not sure how far back he is in you all stat.
Okay, I can check on it, Judge. I'll check on it.
Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you.
So we can't send them a
I got to pat them all down, bro. Give me like start looking at one.
Give me one. That one.
All right, we are back. So we should have Darius Brown next. So you're charged with theft by taking. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
Understand.
Your bond is $2,000 and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? You have an opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing as this is a misdemeanor offense. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? I can't hear you, sir. Is it muted?
Can you hear me?
So you gotta speak up.
Yes. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
That's right.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Next will be Michael Bullock. Michael Bullock.
Yo, Michael Bullock. Oh, he's in, I'll have to call him up, Judge.
Okay, so we need to move to the next person.
Yes, ma'am.
Humberto Castillo, is he still in? Humberto Castillo Gomez, is he still in?
No, Your Honor. No, it's not here.
He's out.
No, we got a call for him. We got a
You
call
got
for
a
him.
call for him?
Yeah.
Okay. Clowers, Clowers, we still waiting on him as well?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so are we caught? I understand that we're waiting for the rest of the male inmates, or are there more inmates that can be first appeared?
Okay, we have Grimes here. Grimes Walter.
Just can
Okay,
I ask,
thank you.
can I ask for an ETA on Clowers?
There is a situation at the jail, so I'm not sure that they can give you an ETA. Do you have another court to get to, sir?
No, I'm just trying to, plan.
Okay. Do you all, Attorney Muhammad is asking about Clowers. He's been here since 1. Is it still a situation where you can't access him yet?
Okay, that's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while, sir. They have a situation at the jail, so it's gonna be a while.
Can I ask this? Would you be inclined to let me know if you already have an intent to set a bond for both charges for him?
Yes, I've set his bond for $30,000. And the special condition is to stay away from Shaquita Thomas.
Okay, and is there anything that I can say that could change that at all, or do you usually just kind of have it set at where you are? I just wanted to bring you information about his ties to the community and that sort of thing, but would it even matter?
While it matters always, we generally do not allow for arguments regarding bond at first appearance in this county because we don't have any prosecuting attorneys here. So it would not be fair to allow you to argue mitigating, or I should say, mitigating factors if they couldn't argue aggravating factors. So generally the court does not reduce the bond. We do a thorough review at first appearance. And so you're definitely welcome to share whatever mitigation you have with the DA and present a potential consent for a reduced bond at a later date, but it's generally not the procedure or the policy of this court to reduce bonds because we don't have all of the players at the first appearance.
No, I understand. Because I just wanted to make sure he received a bond, since you already have it set and I can't modify it anyway. I can log off. Would the court be able to inform him what you just said, that it is set, that I did attend, and what you had just stated? Because I don't think there's a need for me to just, show my face with the bond already being set on both charges.
If you if you want to leave without seeing your client, that's certainly your right. I will share with your client that you were here at 1 and that you left, but that you did ask the court about reducing his bond. I have no problem sharing that with him.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So Mr. Grimes, please come forward.
Your Honor, if I may, really quick, I was just gonna ask the court, do we know where we're at in the calendar?
We haven't got to the, yeah, I think that your client is in the same situation as some of the other male inmates. If you let me do Mr. Grimes and get through the calendar, we will
course,
see
Judge.
what we can do. And if you want me to update you as I did Mr. Muhammad, I'm happy to do that. But let me get Mr.
Certainly.
Mr. Grimes first.
Thank you, Your
okay?
Honor.
You're welcome. Sir, you were charged with battery. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud? Okay, your bond is $3,500. You're to stay away from TG Donkey Drama. You cannot return to 5751 Riverdale Road, apartment 15A. It was indicated that that's your residence. As such, you can go back with the sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without an escort until this matter is resolved, until that condition is modified by another judge. And you must also not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing as this is a misdemeanor offense?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Mr. Bixson, before you all can bring DeMarcus Johnson up, could you remind me your client's name, Mr. Bixson?
Yes, Your Honor. It's Fatina Kirkpatrick.
She's charged with terroristic threats and a conspiracy to defraud the state. These are
Yes, Your Honor.
misdemeanor offenses. I've set a bond at $7,000. And I've made a condition that she should not violate any laws while out on bond.
Okay, and that's a $7,000 total bond, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Judge, if I could just ask the court to the same as was, I guess, announced earlier, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Okay, you want me to share that with her that you were here and that you were here at 1, and then
Yes.
you had to okay, sure, I will definitely share that with her when her name comes forward. Have a good day.
Thank you so
sir.
much, Judge. I certainly appreciate it. And may I be excused?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good day, Judge.
You too. Thanks. Mr. Johnson, is he ready or do we have to wait on him?
You got a Mr. Johnson?
DeMarcus Johnson, yes.
Jones. What's your name, sir? I don't know. I'm saying, what's your name? DeMarcus? We have him, Judge.
Can you come forward, please, DeMarcus Johnson? Sir, good afternoon. You are charged with simple battery. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your affidavit, or you wish to have the affidavit read aloud?
I understand.
Your bond is $3,500. You're to stay away from Shantavia Dorsey. You cannot return to 241-143 Falcon Drive. You must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yeah, ma'am.
This is a misdemeanor, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? You said no? Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day.
All right, that's all we're done.
That's the last one you said?
Come step up, sir. Give the judge your name.
Last name Biggie, first name Carrell.
1 second. Okay, sir. You are charged with possession of marijuana less than an ounce and theft by receiving stolen property. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand.
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
I understand.
Okay. You do not have a bond at this time. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. And I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Have a good day, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am, is that information correct? I do have a bond.
You do not have a bond, sir. You were brought in and they probably improperly booked you as a misdemeanor. You were charged with a felony and you are currently on probation. As such, the court is not authorized to set a bond on your behalf, sir. So you may have gotten some improper information earlier, but you do not have a bond based on your status as a probationer and the fact that you are facing a felony charge.
Excuse me, ma'am, that information is incorrect. I'm not on probation. I've never been on probation, ma'am.
Okay. Stand by. Let me review it for you, okay? Let me do the next people next, and I'll look into your criminal history. Have a seat. We'll take Mr. Mondrell Lagon next. You're charged with possession of marijuana less than an ounce, theft by receiving stolen property, and possession of firearm by a felon. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your charges, or do you wish to have your warrant read aloud?
Read it aloud.
It's alleged that you possess a small quantity of marijuana at 6114 Riverdale Road in unincorporated Clayton County, Georgia. The officer observed a white Ford sedan parked in front of an apartment entrance gate and observed two males asleep in the vehicle. The driver had a pistol in his lap. The offender was the right front passenger. Both occupants were removed and the officer smelled an odor of marijuana inside. The officer was searched and located a small bag of marijuana the offender was searched and the officer located a small bag of marijuana in his left pocket. He had a Springfield D9 in his left pocket with serial number. I'm not gonna read the serial number. The gun was listed as stolen from Louisville, Kentucky on August 30th, 2020. The offender stated he purchased the gun for $300 from a stranger. The offender has a felony conviction for armed robbery out of DeKalb County from 2017. You do not have a bond at this time based on your position as a probationer. The court has appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is November 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, sir.
Number 12.
Is Anthony Lumpkin available?
Yes, ma'am.
You were charged with no tag. You were charged with failure to signal, possession of marijuana less than an ounce, and use or possession of drug-related objects. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
Sorry, you don't have to read.
Okay. Your bond is $4,000, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? You have to say it out loud, sir.
Yeah.
These are misdemeanors, which means you have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
Your next court date has been scheduled for November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. LaRon Marshall.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm well, how are you? You were charged with driving while license suspended and expired tag. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have your charges read aloud?
I understand the charge, but I'm not aware of the citation that accused this charge.
Are you Mr. Marshall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna read the warrant list arrest affidavit to you. It says on this date and time in Clayton County, Georgia, which would have been November 2nd, that you committed the act of driving while license suspended, and that you did operate a motor vehicle after your license to operate a vehicle had been suspended by the Georgia Department of Public Safety on October 28, 2020 for failure to appear, which occurred in 2019. That on this date and time, you committed the act of operation of an unregistered vehicle, and that you did operate a vehicle with an expired status. So your bond is $2,000 and you must not violate any laws without on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
I'm able to make bond once somebody comes against my personal property.
Okay. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. This is a misdemeanor offense. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Next should be Brianna, excuse me, that's a lady inmate. She's in the wrong set. Keith Troop.
True.
Is Mr. Troop up or no?
Yeah. How you doing, y'all? Sir, I hold your hand.
Fine, thank you. How are you? You were charged with possession of a firearm by a felon and possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
Read aloud.
It is accused that you possessed marijuana and was found with a firearm within arm's reach. The firearm was located under the passenger right side. Based on that, you do not have a bond at this time based on your probationary status, but I have appointed an attorney to represent you, and your next court date will be November 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Devin Watson. Sir, you were charged with a felony count of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, possession with intent to distribute, use of possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, and speeding. Excuse me, one second. Your marijuana charge is listed as a misdemeanor, but it was put in as a felony. So give me 1 second. Do you understand the nature of your charge and waive the reading of your accusation, or you wish to have it read aloud? It is alleged that you were speeding when you were driving a 2010 BMW X6, 65 miles in a 45 mile zone on Highway 85, that you did have in your possession an open bottle of promethazine with codeine oral solution containing a purple liquid, which was located in a black bag in the driver's floorboard. The officer located a black bag with a pink baggie containing marijuana. Located in the driver's door was a clear plastic baggie of marijuana and a glass container with marijuana, totaling approximately weight of 24 grams, that you did have in your possession a Glock 40 caliber located under the driver's seat, and an American Tactical Sport multi-caliber pistol located in the front passenger floorboard, that you uttered that all narcotics and firearms in the car belong to you. As such, your bond is $30,500, and you should not violate any laws without a bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes.
Your next court date is November 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Are we still waiting for the other inmates and the lady inmate?
Judge, we have the female.
Okay, let me look really quickly into Mr. Ligon's criminal history, and then we'll do the female inmates, okay?
Who are you waiting for?
Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just tell you what's going on. Okay. How can we just get about that? We got some mail. She's gonna make it right. They don't sign up everything. So they good. These are the ones that we call. I shoot back right now. We do this. So the females are done. We haven't done it. But we don't got their paperwork and everything. They good now. So she just start calling the road for them.
And then we'll make it go from back in.
You can't move. Yeah, because I was.
So basically,
The meals are all handed down.
No, well, I started paying them, we had to send them back.
Okay, the only one that is not down is, well, he has to put them back.
Don't worry about it, I have to redo them regardless.
Yeah, we gotta redo them, yeah.
Okay, this one is the add-on, that he's not on the list. Hold on. And he's the last, he's autumn. He's there, no way.
I don't know why you tell me, Jones, you won't be here.
No, I know.
What I'm saying, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
You know, I've been training my
The
brother.
secretary, man, go on, do your job.
You know, he's been training me, you know.
Mr. Brown,
Yeah, we knew.
this is Mary. You guys need to mute your sound.
Gotcha, Mayor.
Thank you, Miss Mary.
You're welcome.
But I'm actually back now. She's right. You all
Oh,
need
okay.
to mute, but I'm back. Can you bring Mr. Lagon back, Karel Lagon? Sir, based on my review of your criminal history, you were sentenced to 5 years probation on September 6th out of DeKalb County. And as recently as June 4th of this year, you were to return probation. As such, sir, you do not have a bond at this time. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Please speak with your attorney with any discrepancies you believe, but after court review twice, it is showing that you are an active probationer. As such, I'm not authorized to provide a bond for your felony charge of theft by receiving stolen property. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Are we ready for the female inmates, or did you have the males up, or what do we need to do?
Okay, George, okay, we got two more. We got Mr. Odom David Lee.
Okay, I'm waiting for them to resubmit Mr. Odom's paperwork. I sent an email. Oh, Miss Bernie's actually on now. Miss Bernie, I sent you an email. Could you check your email regarding Mr. Odom? I sent it about 45 minutes, about an hour ago.
He's not on the list.
Who else do you all have in front of you while she's checking her email?
Okay, so we got Diallo Mamadou.
Yes, you can bring him forward, please.
Oh, that's it.
Mr. Diallo, you are charged with driving on a suspended license, possession of marijuana less than an ounce, and use or possession of drug-related objects. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
The last one.
I can't hear you.
The last one you said, I didn't get it. You said possession of what?
You were charged with driving on a suspended license, possession of marijuana less than an ounce, or use or possession of drug-related objects. Do you wish for me to read your warrantless arrest affidavit aloud, or do you understand the nature of your charge and waive the reading of your affidavit?
Read it. Can you read it?
It is alleged that you operated a silver and color 2015 Honda Accord without a tag, that you were observed to reduce your speed, causing traffic to pile up in your rear. The officer pulled behind your vehicle, activated the emergency equipment, and conducted a traffic stop at the above incident, which was Riverdale Road at Dogwood Lane. The officer approached the vehicle and smelled a strong smell of suspected marijuana. He then made contact with you, advised you of the reason for the stop, and asked you for your license. The officer then advised you that you advised the officer you were not from Georgia, but had a New York license. Then the officer ran your New York license and found that your license was suspended out of New York. You were then placed in the backseat of the patrol vehicle while the officer conducted a search for any weapons or contraband. He then observed a white and colored marijuana cigarette in the center console with a half-burned cigarette, an additional half-burned cigarette inside the console. The officer also allegedly found a grinder. As such, your bond is $4,500, and you shall not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. These are misdemeanor offenses, which means you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
All right, come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. We're gonna stand by for Odom. Give me 1 second to pull up the paperwork for the females and we'll.
I know Judge. You signed that, printed that, come here. You're supposed to sign and print your name. Like signature. Yeah. You go back. Now, where the waivers are going?
They go to 10 and let's pull it going. Okay, the waiver form, them, all the waiver
I
forms.
see right here.
Yeah. Let's have a seat in there, yeah, man.
Somebody be in there, relax.
Let's have a seat there. All right, so we got a few minutes. You want to line them up?
The court is ready to do the females. Please let me know when you're ready and we'll get started.
Hey, Judge, Deputy Taylor, we're ready.
Thank you, Taylor. Can you adjust the camera so I can see the ladies, please?
Okay. They need the spill, Judge? That's what it is?
Yes, they haven't heard it yet.
Y'all run up on each line.
I'm
sorry.
Stand behind the blue line, blue line, blue line.
Blue line, all the way
Blue
back.
line, blue line.
Yep, I'm going back.
Everybody take the blue line, blue line.
Keep going.
Blue line, let's go.
Black.
Follow. Now, ladies.
There you go. Right here, right here, man. Should be a blue line in front of you. That's all. You can go all the way back. There's more back there. No way. We got them all, Judge.
Thank you so much. Ladies, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information contained in your application for court-appointed counsel, as well as any information given to this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you. If so, say I do. Thank you. Please put your hands down. This is your first appearance before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. We're not here to try your case or take a plea. You're here for the court to inform you of the charges that are brought against you, to advise you of your rights, to set bails on those offenses for which the court is authorized to set bail, to schedule a preliminary hearing, to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney, and just be mindful that you have the right to remain silent and say nothing. Should you give up this right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you if this case goes to trial. During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights: the right to the presumption of innocence until the state proves your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to indictment by grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors, the right to a speedy and public trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and cross-examine witnesses who are called to testify against you, the right to compel the attendance of witnesses in your own behalf by subpoena, the right to testify and offer evidence in your own defense, should you choose to do so. But should you choose not to, no presumption of your guilt may be raised. You also have the right to have an attorney represent you. One of you is represented by private counsel. The rest of you all, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. You always have the opportunity to represent yourself or to hire your private counsel at a later date. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds pending the release of your, for your release pending the prosecution of your jail. Let me start over, y'all. I've been sitting here for about an hour. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds for your release from jail pending the prosecution of this case. This bond may be cash, commercial, or property. If you post a cash bond, someone will deliver the full amount of the bond in cash together with any applicable fees to the sheriff's office, who will hold it until your final court date. At that time, that cash bond will be returned to the person who posted it. Someone could also use a commercial bonding company, which will be approved by the sheriff, and they will accept up to 15% of your total bond as their fee for your service. This fee will not be returned. Someone may post a property bond using property if that property has equity at least 3 times the amount of the bond. So if I set a bond for $2,000 and you want to use your property must have at least $6,000 in equity to qualify as a property bond. Some of you will have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going around certain places, and these special conditions will be provided to you. You'll be prohibited from calling or having any contact with the alleged victim. And should you violate the court's order, your bond will be revoked and you will not be entitled to another bond while awaiting trial. An additional charge of aggravated stalking, influencing the witness, or any other charge that could be brought against you, where you could be sentenced up to 10 years in prison and fined with $20,000. You all will have a special condition of not violating any laws while out on bond. For family members who will assist you in posting bond, they will be provided information about your bond after we have concluded the first appearance calendar. If your family member is an alleged victim, then he or she will not be allowed to post bond on your behalf. Some of you are charged with offenses for which the court is not authorized to set bond, and in this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a superior court judge and you will be informed of that date. If you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond for you. Your bond can be reconsidered after your probation officer has an opportunity to determine if they wish to file a warrant for violation of your probation. This will usually occur during your preliminary hearing. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine if there is enough probable cause to justify keeping you detained until your case goes to trial. If you are charged with misdemeanors only, listen up, because you have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Waiving your hearing does not affect your right to a post bond. It does not affect your right to an attorney, and it does not affect your right to a jury trial. So when you come forward, the court will inquire if you wish to waive your preliminary hearing. If you post a bond, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived, and you will be mailed a court notice for when you should appear next in court. If you cannot make bond, you still have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing if you are facing misdemeanors only. And at that time, that will move your matter forward and you will be brought before the state court, not today, but in about 7 to 10 days. And there you will be provided an opportunity to plead guilty and be sentenced, or provided an opportunity to plead not guilty and have your trial scheduled. We will take Ms. Butler first, and then we will go in order.
Butler. Podium Butler.
Are you Jaquia Butler? I can't hear you, ma'am.
Yes, I am.
Okay. You are charged with criminal trespass and simple assault. I didn't tell this earlier, but we are streaming live on YouTube, so keep this in mind. Do you wish for me to read the details of your accusation, or do you understand and waive the formal reading of your accusation?
I understand.
Your bond is $7,000. You are to stay away from Kenneth Fogel, and you cannot violate any laws while out on bond. Are you able to make bond, ma'am? Was that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
This is a misdemeanor, so you have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to have your preliminary hearing?
Can you explain to me what a preliminary hearing is?
I can't, ma'am. I've already read it out to you, but what I'm going to do is set it down for November 17th, and you can talk with your lawyer about whether or not you want to waive it. You said you're going to bond out. If you bond out, it is going to waive it automatically, but in the event you don't bond out, your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Next should be Claudia Cruz, or has she bonded out?
Cruz. Hold on, ma'am.
Thank you. Claudia Cruz Ortiz.
Ortiz. She's probably out on bond. I don't see her here. She bonded out.
Thank you. Next, we should see Sabrina Gillespie. Ma'am, you are charged with battery and obstruction of an officer. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your charge, or do you wish to have them read aloud?
Read aloud, please.
It is accused that you committed the offense of battery when you intentionally caused substantial physical harm to another. It is alleged that you struck your wife, Christina Gillespie. The officer observed Christina to have a bloody, dried nose. Christina admitted that you shot in the nose after being placed in handcuffs. It is alleged that you sat on the bed and refused to get up. After the officer started to escort you, you went dead weight to the floor and refused to get up. As such, your bond is $10,000, and you must stay away from Christina Gillespie. You cannot return to 5758 Highway 85, apartment J333. Since that is your residence, you can return with the sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort until this matter is resolved. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you able to make bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
You must also not violate any laws out on bond. These are misdemeanor offenses, so you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, I want my hearing.
You want it or you wish to waive it?
I want it.
Your next court date will be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. As stated, if you bond out, you are automatically waiving your preliminary hearing. Have a good day, ma'am. Bettina Kirkpatrick, I'm sorry. Ma'am, you are represented by Mr. Vixen. He was here at 1 o'clock. There was an issue getting you all up, but he wanted me to let you know that he was here. You're charged with terroristic threats and conspiracy to defraud the state, both misdemeanors. Your bond is $7,000. You are to stay away from Paul Herman and Tamba Herman, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Do you wish for me to read your warrantless arrest affidavit to you, or do you understand the nature of your charge?
I would like you to read it because the cop didn't give me anything.
It's alleged that you threatened to commit a crime against Paul Harmon and his wife when you stated you hated white people and you were going to punch both of the victims in the face, that you then made terroristic threats in front of the officer. The officer tried to place you under arrest, but you willfully obstructed and hindered the officer from doing his duties or her duties by refusing to place your hand behind your back. This all occurred at Amberleaf Court in Jonesboro. As stated, your bond is $7,000. You are to stay away from Paul Harmon and Tamara Harmon. You must not violate any laws out on bond. And your attorney is Mr. Bixon. He was here to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I don't know what's the difference, so I guess I can.
Since your lawyer is not here to explain it, I'm going to go ahead and set it for November 17th at 8 a.m. When you speak with him, or when you bond out, it's going to be waived, but in the event that you don't bond out and he comes to speak with you, you may determine that you want to waive it, okay? Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alicia Pascal, also known as Alicia Hicks.
Hello.
Hello. You are charged with simple battery. Do you understand your charge and waive the form of reading, or do you wish to have your warrant read out loud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
I understand.
Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Desmond Bernardo, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes, ma'am.
I've appointed an attorney to represent you. This is a misdemeanor. Do you wish to have your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is Jalen Perez? Jalen Perez?
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Perez. You are charged with criminal trespass. Do you understand your charge and waive the form of reading, or do you wish to have it read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube. I can't hear you, ma'am.
I understand.
Okay. Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Hakelia Lindsay, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes.
Do you reside with Miss Lindsay? Do you live with Miss Lindsay?
She came on my property.
Okay, so these are misdemeanors. This is a misdemeanor. Do you wish to have your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver, ma'am. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Next should be Jacqueline Pierce, AKA Jacqueline Jones.
She's a medical.
Okay, Your Honor, Pierce is a medical.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Cameron Post.
How you doing, Judge?
I'm good. How are you? You are charged with criminal trespass, battery, and aggravated assault. Do you understand these charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I understand.
Your bond is $33,500. You must stay away from Ariel Toussaint. You cannot return to 369 Sir William Court in Jonesboro. Since it was indicated that that is your residence, you can return with a sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort until this matter is resolved or until that condition is modified by another judge, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you able to make bond?
I'm not sure I have to make a phone call, but I think I am. Is it commercial?
You can do commercial, cash, or property. So yes, you have those options. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day. Next should be Ariana Payne.
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. You are charged with no license. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have it read aloud? Your bond is $1,000. Are you able to make bond? Can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. This is a misdemeanor. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Sandrika Reed.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. You are charged with aggravated assault and prostitution. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
I understand, ma'am.
You do not have a bond at this time based on your probationary status. However, I am appointing an attorney to represent you, and your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Okay, ma'am?
Probation?
Yes, you were sentenced to probation on February 20th of this year out of Coweta County.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Their probation, it lasted a week, 1 week, and they wanted me to pay $26. I paid $26, and they cleared the probation that same day. My mom had paperwork.
Okay. Well, ma'am, I'm still not going to give you a bond, so I'm going to change it from the way that I bought it. I've given you a bond. I'm going to actually deny your bond, and this is based on the allegations are serious, involving a weapon and involving shooting. So I'm still not going to give you a bond, but I'm going to change the classification. Instead of denying it based on a probationary status, I'm just going to deny it using my judicial discretion based on the nature of the charge and the fact that it is the court's position that you may be inclined to reoffend. But I have, like I said, appointed an attorney to represent you, and your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Derricka Carter should be next.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Carter. You're charged with criminal trespass, damage to property. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
Wait a minute.
Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Elijah Farr. You cannot return to 4597 Carlin Circle, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes.
This is a misdemeanor, so you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Linda Lillard should be next.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am, you're charged with driving on a suspended license. Do you understand your charge and waive the form of reading, or do you wish to have the accusation read aloud?
I understand it, Your Honor.
Your bond is $1,500 and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a misdemeanor. You have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Minnie Neely.
Nearly. Right.
Ma'am, you were charged with battery. Do you understand the nature of your charge and waive the formal reading of your charge, or do you wish to have your warrant read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I gave you an option. Do you want me to read it, or do you waive the reading and you understand?
I want you to read it to me.
Okay, yes, ma'am. It is accused that you intentionally caused visible bodily harm to Diane Neely when you struck her in the mouth with a water bottle filled with ice and water, causing a small laceration to her lip. The victim and offender reside together at the residence, and this incident occurred in Clayton County, Georgia. Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Diane Neely. You cannot return to 406 Chasewood Circle in Jonesboro, Georgia. It was indicated that that is your residence. As such, the court will allow you to go with the sheriff's escort for the limited purpose of retrieving your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort until this matter is resolved or until that condition is modified by another judge. You must also not violate any laws out on bond. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, but I didn't do all that to her. She did her own.
I understand. And Ms. Neely, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You can speak with your attorney about what all occurred, just based on, I'm just reading to you the warrantless arrest affidavit, which the court did approve, okay, ma'am? Are you able to make bond?
Just
The bond is $3,500. Are you able to make it, ma'am?
I paid $3,000.
The bond is $3,500. Yes, ma'am. You can do a cash bond, or you can do a bonding company, or you can have somebody post the property. Are you able to make bond, Ms. Neely?
Not with no $3,000. I don't have that kind of money.
I understand, ma'am. Well, I'm gonna appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing as this is a misdemeanor?
If I waive it, what am I doing?
Ms. Neely, I've tried to explain it a couple times. Like I said, it's basically the preliminary hearing is an opportunity to see if you are supposed to be held, if there's probable cause to hold you. I don't find that you have a knowing ability to make a waiver, so I'm going to go ahead and set you down for court on November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, ma'am.
So I can leave?
Yes, ma'am. Come on. I got you. Come on.
Thank you, Ms. Neely. Next should be Nigel Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You are charged with simple battery and criminal trespass. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your affidavit, or do you wish to have it read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
I understand.
Your bond is $7,000. You are to stay away from the Church of James. You cannot return to 337 Christie Court. It was indicated that that is your residence. As such, you can go with the sheriff's escort to retrieve your personal property. However, you cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort until this matter is resolved or until that condition is modified by another judge. You must also not violate any laws out on bond. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to make bond?
Ma'am.
How old are you?
17.
No word yet. Have me or anything.
I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is going to be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day.
Can I waive the preliminary hearing?
I'm not gonna allow you to waive it, ma'am, but if you bond out, it will be waived automatically. Have a good day, okay? Next will be Tiji Donkey Drame. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. How do you pronounce your name, ma'am?
Tiggy, thank you, Drame.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. You're charged with theft by taking. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have your warrant read aloud?
Can you read it?
Yes, it is alleged. Excuse me one second. It is alleged that you took the property of Mr. Grimes, specifically. You took his HP laptop. Your bond is $2,000 and you should not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond? This is a misdemeanor. Do you wish to have your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Please sign your waiver. Your next court date will come in the mail. Have a good day. Brianna Riley should be next. Ma'am, you are charged with criminal trespass. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have it read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
I understood.
Your bond is $3,500. You are to stay away from Kendrick Martin. You shall not return to 1121. I'm trying to read this address, excuse me. Lost Court in Hampton, Georgia, and you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Are you able to make bond, ma'am?
Yes, but how would that work? Because he's the father of my child, so how would I not contact him?
You will not contact him by not picking up the phone, not texting him, not IG, no private message, no DM, no email. Being the father of your child does not trump being the alleged victim. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. You can speak with him or her about potentially modifying that condition at a later date, but as of right now, there should be no contact. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, and I can go through a bonding company, right?
Yes, you can go through a bonding company. Somebody can use cash bond, or if they have a commercial property bond, a property bond, they could do that as well, okay? This is a misdemeanor, so you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please sign your waiver, put your mask over your nose, ma'am, so you can be protected. Have a good day. Do we have any additional female inmates besides Ms. Pierce, who is in isolation?
Judge, we got one more. Her name is Miss Mack. She's here.
Can I talk to her?
The name is what? I'm sorry.
Mack.
Deanna.
Deanna Mack.
I'm not sure I see Ms. Mack. That does not sound familiar to me. Give me one moment.
Talk to me, what's going on? Man, living the dream.
I thought you said we didn't got body medics.
They just sent him over there to medicine.
It's body medic.
Yeah, they just sent him over there. I told him not to say no.
Okay, I'm sorry. I double checked my packet. I don't have anything for a Mac. You all still there?
Yes, ma'am, he's clear.
Thank you. Are we ready to move forward, Deputy Knox? I think that's the voice I recognize.
Yes, that is my voice. How you doing, Judge Dugan?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'll let
Are
you
we
know.
ready to go?
I'll let you know 1 second if we're ready, okay? Let me talk to Deputy.
Okay, I'll stand by. That will give me a chance to stretch. Thank you.
Okay.
Court is checking in. Are we still waiting? I'm sure we are. I just want to make sure you all know I'm still here.
We are here, Judge, and the jail is on still.
Uh-oh, I think we lost you. Is it just him, Miss Mary? Can you hear me, Tasha? Is it me or them?
Oh, it's them. I can hear you clearly, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think he was saying they're still having the situation.
Yeah, he's saying they're still having issues, so.
Yes.
Okay, so,
there we go.
yes, I can hear you now. Can you all send over the waivers that you all have completed, as well as any other documentation, so I can be working on that while we're dealing with that other situation?
Sure can, we can do that.
Thank
But
you.
I do have an update on 3 inmates, Judge.
Okay, can you give me that update?
I think you called Dwight Sims.
Yes, I have him. Is he available?
Well, Bullock, L-U-C.
I'm sorry, sir. You're for some reason it's not coming through clearly. What was that about, Mr. Sims?
Okay, Mr. Sims is here, but he's on lockdown.
Okay.
Bullock, B-U-L-L-U-C-K. He's here
Yes,
as
I
well.
have Bullet.
And Humberto Castillo Gomez.
Yes.
He's here as well, but like I say, they on code red.
What about Mr. Odom? That was one that I had to get his paperwork. Is he available?
Mr. Odom?
Yes, he was up earlier.
Yeah, we have him, Judge.
Can you bring him forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Also, there was a mention about Miss Pierce, and she was in isolation because of, I don't know, is she sick? If so, do we have a way to get her, or are we still waiting for that?
I can go get her, and as soon as I finish it, I'll go get her right now.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm gonna go get Miss Pierce, okay? Remember. You gonna be good, John? Can you run out and get her?
Are you Mr. Odom?
Oh, yeah, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Please button your shirt, please. That top button for me, if you're able.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We are streaming live on YouTube. Sir, you're charged with burglary and possessions of tools during the commission of a burglary. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of your accusation, or do you wish to have it read aloud?
I waive.
All right. Your bond is $30,000, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm homeless.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that you're homeless, sir. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So I think you all are going to try to get Miss Pierce up. So I'll stand by for her. And then if you all can send over those signed waivers and those court appointed forms, I can go ahead and start signing those and getting the paperwork together for, you know, those that are waiting on it.
Okay, Your Honor. So the Brown went to get, Miss Pierce, and he took the paperwork as well, to your office.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I'll stand by.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you leaving for? How you know? I did. Thank you, man. Have a nice day. Steve. Why you banging on the door for, man? All right, so sit tight. That's all right. You'll be fine. You ain't gonna die. You should learn one thing: to drop on your flush. Drop on your flush. Don't let it sit there marinate. Exactly. One shit. Everybody want to shit. Okay. In line. That's it. Let it stay in line. They can hold it to squeeze. She good. Go to her home.
Okay. Oh, no.
Let's see, hold on.
It's cold.
They're just taking a break right now. So
I'm sorry.
She called, they had in that room. She just, no, she's good. She, that did the head on stuff.
No, my blood pressure was
Blood
high.
pressure. That's why she was low. We could actually send that down. Yeah, just, and then the judge come right back out, okay? We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, here.
Ms. Pierce?
Here you go, right here. There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You are Jacqueline Pierce.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you were charged with financial transaction fraud as well as racketeering. Do you understand your charge and waive the formal reading of these accusations, or do you wish to have your warrants read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
No, ma'am. Am I allowed to make a comment though?
Before you make a comment, you're saying no, you don't understand, or no, you do not want me to read it aloud.
No, I do not understand the charges.
Okay, so I'm going to read your warrants to you. It is alleged that you did with the intent to defraud 12 victims with 23 fraudulent financial transaction cards, which you knew were forged and obtained in fraudulent accusation. That is for the first charge of financial card fraud. The amount that you were putting into the amount in question is $43,009. The next allegation of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, so racketeering, is that you did unlawfully participate in 23 fraudulent transactions from 12 victims through a pattern of racketeering activity. Each transaction was in the sum of $1,070 in U.S. currency to acquire direct interest in helping inmate Michael Parker. Because of that, your bond is set at $40,000 and you shall not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond, ma'am?
I can try to make bond, but am I allowed to make a comment?
I would advise you not to, as you do not have your lawyer with you today, and anything you say could be used against you in future proceedings. So you're welcome to share it with the court, but I would advise you not to, because you never know what you may say that could potentially be used against you. These are misdemeanor offenses. You have the opportunity to have an attorney represent you, as I stated earlier. Your next court date will be December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Will I be appointed an attorney?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I was saying. I've already appointed an attorney to represent you. He or she will come see you shortly, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think that's all of the female inmates. And we're waiting on those other gentlemen, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I will go ahead and stand by again, and whenever you all are ready, let me know. I know that you're the other deputy is sending over the paperwork. So Ms. Bernie, whenever y'all get that, I'll be ready for that. Thank y'all so much for all of your help. I know this is not what we had planned for this day. So I'll be standing.
And that's Miss Jacqueline Pierce. Jacqueline Pierce. I just got her note. Just got her note.
Hey, Jay, let me get a sandwich.
So I mean, I'm looking for a Pierce. I don't think she had paperwork up there.
I
gotta send this paperwork. Got to go over to
she ready for
paperwork. Yeah.
Yeah, she just say.
So
once you get back down to the dorm, my nigga, and the colder and lifted. But like right now, the whole building is a month. Even if you pick your own back, you went straight into the cellar. In the lockdown period,
hey,
I'm over here, man. I'm over here with the deputy, and that's the fun. Hey, Jeff, you're gonna be running a little late today, bro. So I don't know if you want to clean up the other cells and that is vacant, and you get these guys back up. Like I ran up the building, I'm like that.
I did this one. Well, thank you, somebody in here.
Yeah, there's a. Say again?
I did 3, 4, 5, 6, but I know she didn't. I got this one.
So you did. So all the cells are vacant. You did it already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's
but
all.
just from here, just this one, and 3 and 4.
So besides living in 12, which one you have in the
7 through 10.
All right, you can put this one. I can put this one. He's done. Come on, bring this up. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9. Come on. All right. Better way up. I did. They already gone, they can know that, which they have a list as well. Oh my God. We have a year coming up right now. Sitting there, ain't looking y'all guys up, man. Please, y'all want to dirt up my car. Man, come on, bro. Look at that. That's a bunch of ducks. Man, Jesus.
Hey, guys, can you guys mute your phone?
Gracias, que me habla Rico Sheriff's Office of the DMCA, and I can assist you all. Okay, we
Hey,
have
this is Mary. Who's the deputy in the jail?
okay, we have a whole lot of inmates from first appearance here still waiting to go on. But we can't move nobody as yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Conway. I apologize. Uh-huh. Okay, give me 1 minute. Let me get my pants off. Give me a few minutes. Yes, I got a list that I just left here with you. Okay, so all right, sir. Yes, sir, I'm ready. Last name is Williams. You said William Dwayne? Yeah, he's there. Last name Reeves. Reeves. Yes, sir. He's here. Diallo Mamadou. Yes, because he was in court with me. Yes. Last name is Jaden. Okay, I got him, sir. Watson Living James. Yes, sir, I got him. Last name Dwayne. Okay, that's that would go on you. I don't see that name on this list. Double check me. Okay, I got it. I got it. Brown. I got it. F-I-T-O-N. Okay, I have two of them in here. Yeah, the both are code. I got legal and start with a K. Yes, and then I got legal Mondre. Yeah.
I didn't know you turned them all in yet.
I did.
You did?
The Marcus.
So we don't have, okay.
Johnson Taylor. I don't know Johnson. The Marcus.
I don't understand. I don't understand. He didn't throw it on. You did?
I don't see him. I got Jackson. I don't see that name. Because I only got one Johnson and that Johnson Tyler. Only Johnson I see.
Good afternoon. Do you need the court?
No, Judge, I just turned the paperwork in, and Mr. Richardson here needs some help with his paperwork, and I got to run back over the classification, but no, you've seen him already.
Last name Richardson.
Is my volume? I'm sorry, my volume was off. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, I apologize. Did you all need the court?
No, this was Mr. Richardson, and he would just need some help filling out his paperwork. But I got the paperwork already, Judge. I sent it to the clerk already, so you should be getting it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll continue to stand by.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Judge Duvernay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you call me on the office phone?
I was just getting ready to call you. Yes, ma'am, I
Okay.
will.
All right.
I think. Bye.
Judge Duvernay.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Judge Duvernay, what were the names that you were missing that you needed?
We have, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Gary Clowers.
Clowers, okay.
I meant to mention earlier that Mr. Curtis, Jamil Curtis, is going to be dismissed.
So he's not needed?
No, he's not needed. If you could just let him know. And I know the intake is on the line as well, but Jamil Curtis is being dismissed. So we have Gary Clowers, Akeem Gregg or Greig, Greig.
Okay, you need him, okay.
Michael Bullock.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Humberto Castillo Gomez.
Okay.
And Dwight Sims.
Dwight Sims. Okay, those are the only ones you have left that you need, right?
Yes, everybody else has been
done
we've
already?
already done their first. Yes.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
It's 5 people. I counted 5.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, one
Yeah.
moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you tell, I'm coming in,
No, there's people in 4. There's 4.
yeah.
Okay, so it's 5 people. You unmute?
Judge, we got Miss Castillo. Castillo Gomez.
You speak English?
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo Gomez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You speak English, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you are charged with driving while licensed while unlicensed and expired license. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your warrantless arrest affidavit? Your bond is $1,500 and you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
Yes, I just haven't been able to make a phone call.
Okay, I'm sure the jail will assist you with that, sir. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing or do you want me to set you down for one?
I want to do everything as soon as possible.
Okay, so I'm gonna, you'll sign your waiver and your next court date will come in the mail, okay? Thank you. Please sign your waiver.
Welcome.
Is anyone else ready or are we just going to do them one by one?
Yeah, nobody else is ready yet.
Okay, awesome. I'll just keep standing by. Just call me whenever you're ready.
Okay.
You got more, Brown?
Judge, Greg, Greig, I think that's how his name is spelled. He's bonded out.
It's Mary. You said Griggs bonded out?
Yes.
Okay,
And I'm going down, I'm finna take some males down to a housing unit, and I got 3 to bring back.
okay, all right, I'll let her know.
Okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. Judge Duvernay?
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed that.
That's Griggs bonded out,
Okay,
and then he's going to get the last 3.
okay,
Okay,
great, thank you.
you're
Thank you
welcome.
so much.
You're welcome.
We almost done.
Yeah, we almost done.
Judge Duvernay?
Yes, are you ready?
Ready with Mr. Bullock. We're having some issues with the other two. Just need to stand by, okay? Mr. Bullock is
Thank
coming.
you. We can do Mr. Bullock if he'll come forward.
Yes, ma'am. One moment. Just stand by. He's coming through the slider.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock, good evening. I'm well, thank you. You are charged with simple assault and criminal trespass. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading of your warrants, or would you wish to have the warrants read aloud? We are streaming live on YouTube.
No, not.
I can't hear you.
I would not.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
No, ma'am, I would not.
You don't want me to read it? Okay. So your bond is $7,000. You're to stay away from Kimberly Evans. You cannot return to 3169 apartment 701 in Mount Zion on Mount Zion Road, and you must not violate any laws out on bond. Are you able to make bond?
No, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201. Have a good day.
It's on green now.
Deputy Knox, the guy that came just before him, was he able to sign a waiver? If not, I'll just set him down for November 17th.
Did the guy before him, did he sign a waiver?
Yeah, Castillo.
He did.
He said he was going to waive, but I just realized it might have been difficult to get that done. So if he didn't get a waiver, just let me know and I'll set him down for the 17th.
We got a waiver for him, Judge. He signed it.
Okay,
Judge,
thank you.
Last two, the housing units, they call in maintenance now to open the sliding door. We tried to get them out, but they're locked in.
Thank you. I understand. We're almost finished. We're just gonna keep on pushing, but thank you.
Hey, right here, man.
Face the wall. Put your hands on the wall. Face the wall. Face the window. It don't matter. Face something. Put your hands on it. Judge Duvernay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna fax the waiver to you from Mr. Castillo while we're waiting on the other two. Deputy Brown's going to get the other two now, okay? Those
Thank
will
you
be.
so much.
You're welcome. One moment. Yeah. Move up a little. Just speak loud. Judge Duvernay, this is Mr. Clowers.
Thank you, Deputy Knapp.
Welcome.
Excuse me, one moment. Mr. Clowers, you are represented by Mr. Muhammad. He was here earlier at 1 o'clock. As you know, there was some difficulty getting you brought up. I did make him aware of your charges, which are terroristic threats and criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. Do you need your warrant read aloud, or do you understand your charges? And please be mindful that we are streaming live on YouTube, just so you know.
I understand. He's gonna represent.
Okay. Yes, he is your representative. Your bond is $30,000. You are to stay away from Shaquita Thomas, and you are not to violate any laws out on bond. Your next court date, and I made him aware of this, is December 7th at 8 a.m. in room 201. He indicated that he believes you'll be able to make bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, I need to make a couple of phone calls, but I can make it.
Okay, awesome. That's going to be up to the sheriff. I'm sure they will allow it once things are safe to do that. But as far as the court is concerned, your bond is $30,000. Please stay away from Ms. Thomas, and you are being represented by Mr. Muhammad, who was here earlier. Okay.
Are you aware that we have a 3-year-old child together?
Yes, I am aware of that. The court has told your lawyer that he can speak with the prosecutor in your matter to see if they can negotiate another condition, but the court is not inclined to modify any conditions at this time based on the nature of these charges. Okay.
As long as I stay away from her, I'm good.
You're to stay away from her. If she has the baby in her possession, you are to stay away from her and your child. So speak with your lawyer. Y'all can work that out. I'm just saying this not to intimidate, but just so you know, don't try to figure out a way to maneuver. You have a lawyer that was here. Talk to your lawyer to see if there's a way to modify the conditions, but you are to have no contact of any kind for any reason, okay, until that's modified by another judge.
Okay, thank you.
Come over here, Mr.
You're welcome. Have a good day, sir.
Come over here. Tell her your name.
Dwight Sims, Judge.
Yes, sir. Give me one moment. Mr. Sims, you are charged with criminal trespass, obstruction of an officer, and simple battery on an officer. Do you understand your charges and waive the formal reading, or do you wish to have your warrant read aloud?
The first one I do, the second one I don't.
It is alleged that you committed the charge of criminal trespass, damage to property when you kicked the door, damaging the hinges. You also threw glass cups and plates in the apartment, breaking them into pieces. You're being charged with obstruction because when you were told you were being placed under arrest, you did not obey commands and began to resist arrest. It is alleged that you then pushed. It is alleged that you then pushed and shoved the officer and Officer Washington until they were able to forcefully place handcuffs on you. Whose apartment was this, sir?
That's in my apartment. I stay with my brother, and both.
What's your brother's name?
Brother's name is Quincy Sims.
Quintez?
Quintez,
And he resides at 8104 Webb Road?
Yes, ma'am.
You are not allowed to return there. You can have no contact with Mr. Quincy Sims. You are not. I know you're saying that that's your residence, 8104 Webb Road, apartment 105. I will allow you to go with a sheriff's escort just for the purpose of retrieving your personal property. You cannot go back to that property without a sheriff's escort. I understand that you say that both of y'all's names are on the lease. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. He or she can come to the prosecutor and potentially modify that condition. But as of right now, you're not to go back there without a sheriff's escort until that matter is resolved. Do you understand, Mr. Sims?
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask the two questions? With the second charge, how much weight do they carry? Because I have an open lawsuit with workers' comp, so I'm trying to figure out what's the best move.
All three of your charges are misdemeanors, sir.
Oh, they ain't no felonies?
No, sir. All of your charges are misdemeanors. As charged now, the prosecutor can always increase it to a felony if she sees fit, but as of right now, they're misdemeanors. As such, you have the opportunity to waive your preliminary hearing. Actually, no, your next court date is going to be November 17th at 8 a.m. in room 201, okay?
Okay, so no felony.
November 17th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Duvernay. Judge Duvernay, he just wants to know how much his bond was altogether.
Oh, I thought I told him, I'm sorry. Tell him it is $10,500. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he heard you.
Is he able to make bond?
She said, are you able to make bond?
I received workers' comp check, and I don't think they.
He said no.
Okay. Well, he said just let him know his court date will be coming up on the 17th. Is that the last one that you have?
Yes, that's the last one. That's everybody.
Okay, y'all breathe deeply. Y'all been doing some good work today, and we'll see y'all soon, okay?
So much. Thanks for your patience. You have a good evening, okay?
You're welcome. Thank you, Tasha, for standing by. Did you need anything else, Tasha?
No, that's all, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Miss Bernie. Y'all have a good day.
All right, you too, Judge. Bye.
Thank you.